Yeah, too many colors. Peace. I wanted to say, got the hat yesterday. As you can see it, specially made. Kemet Ray Ma'at, which means Black Sun Justice. So I want to thank you for that. And my wife, she wanted to say something too.
My hat was specially made as well, and it means first to step out of the waters of noon. And I want to say thank you to my aunt forever. Very nice.
Our sister RP is in the place to be. What's up, sister?
Et Sin E. How you doing?
Et Senate E. I'm doing nefer.
Oh, great, great. Um, well, I got it today. I was thinking it was coming from France, but then I did the tracking and it was outside actually when I went to check, and here it is.
Oh, that's what's up. It's just like my hat. That's what's up.
Yeah,
Let me do the solo layout. There it is, brothers and sisters. That's
yeah.
what's up.
I really like this. Yeah, so I have an after school program that I help facilitate. And I'm going to wear this because we're going to start talking about coding. So I'm going to
Okay.
use this as an introduction because this is a code. It's
Mm.
ancient code, but it's still a code. And then we're going to be able to, demonstrate. I'll be able to demonstrate to them the meanings inside each of the, glyphs and stuff. So, but yeah, I was looking online and I was like, this is actually like really good designs. So as soon as I get some more, extra money, I'm gonna get the matching hat, and I want to get a Ma'at shirt. But I really like the Kemet one to start with. Yeah, so it's really good, and the prices ain't bad either. So
And Sister Andrea Brunet is in the place to be. How you doing, Senate?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
So you have something to show us today?
Yes, I went on to the product line and I bought 3 shirts and I just wanted to show you all what I got.
Oh, let's see.
Okay, so this is the first one. This is the
Ah, the Ankh shirt.
the Ankh shirt. I got it in black and gold, but I think I'm gonna go and get a blue one too.
All right.
Okay, so that's the first one.
All
And
right.
then
The Ma'at. Oh, it looks
this
good in
I don't
blue.
yeah,
All
I don't know.
right.
Yeah, this is the Ma'at one.
Oh, that's
I
what's
don't know if you
up.
can see.
Yeah, we see it. We
I'm
see
trying.
it.
Can you see it?
Nice bright
And
color,
yeah, I love this. I love this color. I love it. And then the piece de la resistance is my favorite
Probably the best to
one.
be tonight.
I'm the place to be tonight. Yeah,
That's
my
what's up.
favorite.
Probably the
There's
best
that
to
on
be
the sleeve
tonight.
too.
Even on the sleeve.
Tonight,
All right.
even on the
Tonight.
sleeve. I had it. Yeah,
All
this
right.
is the lick right here. So I'll be wearing that on
Oh,
your next live. I will have this one on.
oh, that's
Yeah.
beautiful. All right.
So
Well,
that's the 3 ones I got.
thank you very
Love
much
them.
for your support. It's appreciated. I'm glad that you like the products.
You're welcome. You're
All
welcome.
right.
And we'll see you on the next live stream.
All right. See you soon, sister. Peace.
Okay.
Hotel.
All right.
All right. Hey, brother Donnie Williams. See, you got your
Yeah,
makeup.
yeah. What's up, Shaka? I was gonna do just a. I know it's a serious topic, but I was gonna do a little
No, I appreciate that, bro. I'm
unboxing.
glad.
So
I'm glad. Yeah, yeah. Live
yeah, man.
unboxing. Bro, you don't mind if I use this excerpt, like as a clip, my
No,
intro?
no,
Oh,
it's all
thank you.
good.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
for those who wonder, I'm gonna share the link. All right, that's lovely.
Yeah, I got the Heather Gray. Oh man, yeah,
Oh, you got the
I
Kemet
didn't,
shirt as well. Okay.
yeah. I didn't know it had that on the back
In the
though.
black. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. That's what's up,
That's
man.
lovely. Oh, thank you. I
So
appreciate that.
yeah. So just letting you know, just coming through, showing some support real quick, man. I'm about to get back into this Netflix film. So um, just wanted to say peace, man, and thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, brother.
Okay. All
All
right.
right. Hotep Senuhena Senut Iti Reni Shakanugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Does Africa Come from Afu-Ra-Ka in the Temple of Philae? I'm gonna check the sound. Bear with me. Sounds okay on my end. Let me see who's in the place to be. Donnie Williams is in the place to be, and he told me that it sounds good. Thank you. I don't expect many people because we're dealing with the hieroglyphic. You know what I'm saying? All those people with the Kemetic names and talk about Ma'at, you know, greeting by saying Hotep. They only want to say those words. They don't really want to take it further, but there's no obligation. It is what it is. Now, yesterday, as I was streaming, there's somebody in the chat who did bring that topic up, you know, and I touched on it a little bit. So today I took time, you know, and there's going to be a fair bit of quotation. So we're going to get through it. But before that, you know, there's, what, 3 clips maybe? A few clips I want to play. You know? You know what? Hold on. Just hold on. Kevin Wesley is live right now. Oh. Oh. I did share it in my community timeline. And it has a term, emotional terrorizer. You have the link in the chat here. But there's one thing that I found interesting, and I want to just play a short excerpt. But first, let me do the copyright disclaimer. The fair use disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for common news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Let me just find that particular part that I found interesting. Hold on. Bear with me, please. Oh, there it is. I found it. I cannot give you the timestamp because it is actually live. But I'm gonna let you hear it. So you can see he's live right now. He has 36 people watching, but he has 196,000 subscribers, you know, because I heard some people, you know, making observation about how many people I have, and I don't have 100,000 subscribers. But anyway, that being said, listen to this. I'll go back. Okay, listen.
Kevin Wesley, he was with Dwight Howard. Sound like you was attaching yourself to these people. You see how this works?
And hide my face. I'm in the communities. I'm up and down the East Coast. Nigga, like, I do lectures. I'm with my brother Kevin Wesley or Dwight Howard. Or I'm with my brother Kevin Wesley or Dwight Howard. Or I'm with my brother Kevin Wesley or Dwight Howard. Or
so, just for the record, that last name he said, there was somebody that you heard of who's been going against that person probably more than anybody else. So I don't know if Kevin Wesley was somehow somewhere related to that person, but if that's the case, if they were somehow associates or they did something together, then there might be some answer. But I was just saying this, this is something that I did not look for. I saw that he was live, and I listened to a little bit. I was in the chat also for a little while. You know what I'm saying? Hey, young Heru, how you doing, brother? Okay, so yes, just a few clips. Emotional terrorizer. I think it's a interesting nickname. So, children in New York are potentially in danger because Filthy Frankie Sanada is still protecting child molesters.
After this whole Polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob Bourne, Garfield, all y'all know who I'm talking about. I want to see all you niggas, cause I'm gonna be pulling up some reports of molestation in Harlem, in the Bronx, some fresh ones that just went on. I want to see y'all stand up and fight.
Now, you do have some fake advocates who told this dude that he has every right after he insulted my mother and my children, for the record. And there's a group of people who couldn't even say that he was wrong. And now we're being attacked.
So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
But when he came on my panel, I did not insult his family members. I insulted him.
My trauma and everything I've been through and not try.
Yo, check this out. Sanada, fuck you.
What you want, Sanada? Get your ass out of here.
Now, it's noteworthy that just, a few days ago, Filthy Frankie labeled Michael Nowak Jr., who's in prison for 7 years after he abused a 14-year-old girl, he labeled him powerful.
And y'all gonna hate what I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Brother Polite. Brother Polite. Yeah, y'all gonna hate what I tell y'all right now. Brother Polite. You know why I choose Polite? Because Polite is powerful on all levels when it comes to topics. Polite is not one-dimensional. You see what I'm saying?
I think Brother Polite is horrible.
He could go into the health.
And let's congratulate ourselves, brothers and sisters, because we won against the HOK. That clip here, you can see that dude desperate, begging his audience to flag me. Andrew Bennett, how you doing, sister? Maybe I will have time to find one last book. I had a quick look, so we'll see. But if you want to get yourself something to drink, if you want to use the bathroom, this clip will last 1 minute and 49 seconds. Let's go.
My people ain't gonna defend me, so I gotta defend myself. One of the ways that you can help out in the audience is that if you see a channel, like you see a Shaka Doo, this is how you can handle that. If you want to be a part of the solution, all of y'all, goddamn it, flag that nigga. Everybody, flag that nigga. Get him up out of here. Get the gutter up on out of here, y'all. Get that shit up on out of here. Take a look at it. Say, yo, let me go check this channel out. Look at it and see if it's bringing information. See if it's bringing knowledge. And if it ain't bringing no goddamn knowledge and information, something that can carry us on, I don't care if we disagree with the information. Leave them alone. Because we ain't always got to agree with the information, with the knowledge. But if it's not bringing nothing, if it's just bringing the community down with gutter shit, flag that shit. Get them up out of here. Run them up out of here. Stop being afraid to do that, y'all. That's one of the ways we could get the nigga up out of here. Check. That's how we do that. Everybody be a part of that shit. Run that clown up out of here, man. But if y'all say y'all love the HOK and y'all been rocking with me for so many years, flag him. Flag the nigga. Get him up out of here so we can continue on with the journey, with the with the information. That's all. Flag the nigga.
Okay. Now, Young Hill wrote, I see today. I didn't know. He wrote that he saw the Shook dude going live about me today. All right. I'm not interested, you know, just like the fake advocate, you know. And it is what it is. Maybe one day, out of curiosity, I will look into it, you know. But you know what? I may as well download it, you know. So then, in due time, let me just go. Thank you for letting me know. Days ago, live. Oh, he probably just mentioned me then, because I don't see, you know, me in the title. So, is it his main channel, brother? Oh, about Scam Cheddar. Okay, all right, okay. All right. Okay, all right. Now, oh, no problem, brother. It's all good. It's all good. Now, let me just, you know, I have a quotation from that book, so I want to see, and that would be a great full circle, you know. But there's going to be many sources, you know, many quotes, you know. So it's going to be about hieroglyphic mainly, you know what I'm saying? So just letting you know, brothers and sisters, ain't going to be something particularly exciting. Is for those who love ancient history, you know. This way. Shh. Okay, that's good. Now, it's another quote. Okay, never mind. You know, that's at least I have one quote. Let's go. Love me frozen, the place to be. Let's go in order. Of course, my goal is not to lie on anybody, or to call anybody name or disrespect anybody. But yesterday, somebody told us about this book right here. It's a PDF. I'm gonna put the title and the link in the chat. Tell me for what interesting title, Shaka. Ralph is in the place to be. How you doing? It's the first time I see that wordplay. Hi, everyone. H-I-G-H instead of H-I. It's an interesting wordplay. So you have it in the chat. If you go to the root of that website, Odwirafo, ODWIRAFO.com. Once again, ODWIRAFO.com. There's many articles. I'm familiar with that website. Belongs to Kwesi Ra Nehem Pata Akan. Ralph wrote, yes for elevation. Be right back. Wrote, love me, bro. It's good for me to actually share the picture that was sent to me yesterday. That's the thumbnail of this video. Is it sharing? Okay, no, I gotta share it. There it is. Let me see how large it is. Okay, so this is from the Temple of Philae. I'm going to show you pictures with better quality. I will also be able to tell you where this wall is found. So this picture that was sent to me on the email yesterday says the origin of the title Africa does not come from white people. Here you have the actual part, and here also it's a place. You know, we have the nude glyph, and usually when you have a nude glyph, then well, usually I tended to say all the time, but you know, when you have the nude glyph, it's a place. You also have that nude glyph. If I'm not mistaken, its reference it is here, reference 049. It denotes a place. You see Kemet with that actual glyph here, but it's not too clear here. The quality is not too great, you see. So I kind of covered these glyphs here yesterday, so I don't need to go into that. I don't share the same opinion, you know, but we're going to deal with scholarship. An opinion is good, but you know, scholarship is something else. So for pictures with better quality, I'm going to start by sharing this link. Donny Williams is greeting everybody. I'm going to start by sharing this link in the chat here. All right. Now if I scroll down, and it's funny, you know, when I saw that picture here, that one there, I have a video actually. You can see me inside the boat. For those who don't know, I've been to Egypt. That was a decade ago, and it just brought me so much memories. So this is the Philae Temple. It was very beautiful. You know, you're approaching it on a boat. You know, it's basically located in an island. You know, now we're gonna go down, and you're gonna see a better quality of that location. This set of glyphs. I'm gonna have a few pictures where we see the actual place, and also there's gonna be some other pictures where we see the same glyphs. See, I don't know if I was clear, but what we're seeing on the picture, we're gonna see the exact wall in better quality, but we will also get to see the same set of glyphs. Basically, like, you know, you see me with showing the word Kemet in the Temple of Philae. I'm sorry. The Temple of Philae in Abu Simbel Temple. So it's like me showing you Kemet somewhere else. For example, there's a video where I show Kemet in the Louvre Museum. But anyway, you know. Well, here actually we do see that actual location, but it's written differently because we have the Ka glyph at the end. But never mind. But here as well we see it. That's just the same set of glyphs here. Okay. it large? Yes, it's large. Where was I? Here, I was here. Here it looks to me like it's the same location as well. Same set of glyphs, let's say. I mean, it is a location indeed, but we're gonna have some scholars enlighten us. Okay, I think that's about it. Okay, so now I'm gonna share another link. Oh, it's quite long. Is it gonna fit in one? No, it doesn't. Let me go to the chat and see if it still works sometimes. Yeah, it still works. Okay, so I'm gonna delete the other one. Okay. So here it says a Ptolemaic pharaoh making an offering to the goddess Isis and Hathor in the temple of Isis at Philae. Now I'm going to make this larger, of course. See, there's a lot of people. They go to Kemet or other locations. They just take a picture. This is a temple that people can access, and then they sell the pictures, but they have the right to. Now, that location is here, right here. See, right here. We have that glyph, which I think is reference N18, N17 or N8. I'm sorry, N17 or N18. But we'll be able to verify that, because I have a fair bit of things to share. Then we have the mouth glyph, which is the sound R. This is the heel glyph, which is the sound, the strong K, strong like the Arabic kaf, and this is the nude glyph. Now, then, which one am I showing now? Amami. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Oh no, damn! I closed the wrong one. Damn, it's okay. Closed the wrong one. It's okay. It's a good thing that I have many pictures. Another link here. Trouble again. Okay, so here we have the same location again. Underneath the neb basket, we have the glyph before the mouth, the newt, and then the here, okay, the heel right here. Okay. But this one is the same object, but the quality may be slightly clearer. You see? Now, this person, Terry Furabone, he wrote that this is Ptolemy II. Some people, maybe there's several Ptolemies, but I saw somebody wrote that we could see Ptolemy the 12th. But anyway, the most important is what we're gonna deal with at hand, which is this actual location. So yeah, I would say that the quality is better here. Okay. Now, there it is. Now we have the glyph, the wall. Dang. see if it works. The link was a bit too long. Oh, it looks like it doesn't work. Hold on. I'm in the chat right now. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, I'm gonna delete this. I'm going to let me try again. It is here. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, you know what? I'll share it again. Latest link. Okay. I'll click in the chat. Yes, it does work. Okay, good. This, we can double check. Picture that was sent to me on the email. Now, if you look at the crown, it has some dots. It's a bit damaged, you know. Now, there's some writing here, somebody's name there, but we can see he's holding something. Now, if we look here, quality is way better, and you can see the dots or the damage around the crown, and you can see what he's holding. So that's the same one. That's the same one. And remember, in the one that was sent to me on the email, you had that part circled here that they claim that the author believes mean Afu-Ra-Ka. That's the origin of the term Africa. And also around here, also you have the circle, because you have the same set of glyph as well, right here. So this quality is way better. So you have the link, and you can have a look whenever you want. Another thing that's funny, I don't know. I mean, funny, interesting. I don't know if some of you've seen the video of me refuting a dude who claims that, hey, V Bennett, how you doing, Hotep? There was a guy who claimed that there's some hieroglyphic that there's a hieroglyph that means Allah. And you know, on the Filthy Frankie Scam Chatter platform, there's a dude. He seems a bit young, but maybe he's not that young. What's his name again? He's a Moor. He has a depth in his name. I forgot the beginning of his name. He went on that platform and made that claim as well. Well, that hieroglyph that they claim means Allah is that one there. It's the arm with the cone inside of it. You know. So you have a similar combination of glyph. But anyway, that was just for the record. If my channel was not private, I would have shared the video and showed you. But anyway. So. Well, as a matter of fact, well, that link is too long, so I can close it. This okay, good. Here, some of you may know JSTOR. It's an academic website. Donnie Williams asking, is that Gardner N818? I think that's what it is, but we will be able to verify the oval. Oh no, not the, no. When you're asking about the oval, it seems like you're asking about that one. But if you're asking about that one, that is, and we will verify once again. You know, that is a. I have Gardner open. This one is the book. Gardiner is here. Good thing I took note of the page. So 552, which is 689 on the PDF. Fine. Check. No, it cannot be 689. Hold on. I made a mistake. It may be 589. 589. Yes, indeed. So yes, it is the Gardiner reference N for November, N18, which means island, but I will show it. Okay. So this is 589, and it's page 552 of Alan Gardiner's Egyptian Grammar, Third Revised Edition. So did I share the link for JSTOR? No, not yet. So here you have this link for JSTOR. I do have access because I'm studying at the university, so I can use my university login to view. But I will share. I should have put that in. See this? 6 hymns to Isis in the sanctuary of her temple at Philae and their theological significance. That is a JSTOR article, okay? But I actually have that person's cliff. No, it's funny, his name's not showing. Share his Wikipedia page. Louis V. Zakbar. The V stands for Vico. And let's look at his credentials together. Oh, come on now. Okay, so you have the link to the Wikipedia article. We are told that Louis Vico Zakbar was an American Egyptologist who published a number of academic works and who participated in the 1960 in the UNESCO campaign to salvage the monuments threatened by the building of the Aswan Dam. Now, some of you may have heard that the temple of Abu Simbel was put higher up. And earlier, Ralph was saying, hi, everybody. They placed it high. They basically kind of relocated it, you know. They dismantled it, you know, and then they rebuilt it or reassembled it on a higher location, so that it will not be affected by the dam, the Aswan Dam. Hold on, I received an email. Let me see. Okay. Okay, let me continue to read. Louis Zakbar was born on the Dalmatian island of Lastovo, it's in Croatia, which was then part of Italy. He was born to a Slovenian father, Lieutenant Louis van Zakbar, who was stationed on the island, and Italian mother, Maria Carminati. he immigrated to the United States in 1948. He had 8 years of classical studies at the Classical Gymnasium of Split, Yugoslavia, and obtained master's degrees in Oriental history and languages from the Pontifical Biblical and Oriental Institute in Rome. He had mastery of German, French, Italian, Serbo-Croatian, Ancient Greek, and Latin, Egyptian, Coptic, and Hebrew. He was definitely a polyglot. He received his PhD in 1958 from the University of Chicago. After teaching in the history department of Loyola University of Chicago and serving as field Egyptologist for the Oriental Institute expeditions to Egyptian and Sudanese Nubia, he became field director of the Oriental Institute expedition to Semnar South, which excavated an ancient Egyptian Middle Kingdom fortress and one of the largest Meroitic cemeteries. In 1969, he became professor of Egyptology in the Department of Mediterranean Studies at Brandeis University. I think it is in, I don't know, where is it? It's in Massachusetts, within the Boston City metropolitan area. He taught graduate courses in Egyptology and Nubian studies and retired in 1984 as a Joseph and Ether Foster Professor of Classical and Oriental Studies. Oh, that's interesting. In 1976, during the UNESCO-founded dismantling of monuments of the island of Philae for reassembly on a higher adjacent island, I didn't even know they did the same thing with Abu Simbel Temple. They did the same thing with the Philae Temple. He was able to photograph the earliest hymns to Isis in her temple just before it was dismantled. Later in his book, Hymns to Isis in Her Temple at Philae, he edited and published the first translation of these hymns. So you can read the rest in your own time. There's only just a little bit left, you know. You know what? I'm going to finish. His interests and published works include Egyptian religion, Egyptian and Nubian archaeology, Ptolemaic language, and history. See also his eulogy in a journal of Near Eastern Studies. His 1968 book on the concept of the Ba in ancient Egypt was the first in-depth study of the subject. His book on the hymns to Isis in her temple at Philae was the first editing and translation of the earliest hymns to Isis. Zagba died in 1994 in Rockport, Massachusetts. So we covered his credential. Ralph wrote high terrain, high L, high altitude. What is L? E-L. I know L, the Canaanite deity. Okay. So right now, I'm going to put the title and the author. Yes, indeed, Raphael is God or angel from form of name and status. Yes, El is a Canaanite deity, indeed. That's from El that we get Elohim. And then I put the share the link now. So in the chat, you have an article by Philae, written by the author. I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. In the beginning, you know, don't want people to make funny clips of me pronouncing his name. So that's UCLA Encyclopedia of Egyptology. Okay. So here it is. See, UCLA Encyclopedia of Egyptology, hosted on the website escholarship.org. Okay, so the journal, as you have seen once again, UCLA Encyclopedia of Egyptology, that's from 2012. And on page 1, it says here, the Egyptian denomination of Philae, and here we have Pa-Irek. Now, some of you are not familiar, but what looks at the digit 3 is the Aleph, is the A sound. The J is pronounced E, just like the I is pronounced E. So that will be Pa-Irek. Those of you who are familiar, Donnie Williams probably know. Pa is like the article, like the. So we have Pa-Irek. Then they tell us in Coptic. I'm not familiar with the Coptic or Greek. Then we have Arabic. And it says that this Egyptian denomination of Philae, Pa-Irek, is attested from the 30th dynasty of Nectanebo I onward, unlike the Abaton, and the Abaton is EU Wab. Now you must know Wab, you know, it means pure. In the movie X-Men Apocalypse, you hear that word Wab, you know. What's the name of the villain in the movie again? Is it Apocalypse? I think his name is Apocalypse. He's inside Storm's house, and he watches the TV. You know, she asks him, "What are you doing?" And he says, "Learning." Then he says, "This world needs to be Wabet." I think he pronounces it Wabet. And I think she asking like, what does it mean? And then he says, you know, cleanse or something like that. But anyway, that was just for the record. You know, we have time. I'm not working tomorrow, so on the neighboring island of Biga, attested since the 26th dynasty. See Horrible 2004, 41 and below. There is no reason to regard EUWAB. The W is the U sound. Okay. And this symbol here is the Ain, and the Ain is a A sound. It's a glottal A, but it's a A sound. So EUWAB, as the ancient name of Philae, as Qadri 1980 to 297 deed. Before the 30th dynasty, Philae Island may have been called Takompso, and the person who claims that is Winter in 1982. Well, I don't know if it's a page number, but if it's a page number, then it's a very large work. The meaning of Pa-Irek, which is probably of Nubian origin, remains obscure. You see, so people are not really sure about the meaning of Pa-Irek, you know, which later on became Philae. Now, we are told here that it is probably of Nubian origin. Now, Philae is in the southern part of Egypt, so it is, you know, around the region that people may label Nubia, you know. And then it says also, in the Roman period, local priests interpreted this toponym as Pa-Irek, the island of time. The island of time. Now, Rek means time in Meduneter, indeed. Okay, and we will see that EU indeed means island. And I told you that Pa is a article the, and that's what we are seeing here. You know, so off is written here because we're doing a translation. You know, but it says or the island of the past. You see, phonetically the Greek denomination. Whoever knows Greek can read that. And in Latin, it gives us Philae. Text account of the Egyptian term pilak. It is explained by classical authors as feminine, friends, or friendship. Now, I believe this stands for feminine. Okay, so now that we have seen this, share something different in the chat. Here, you have this link in the chat, and we're gonna see the book cover. So this is Zach Barr's book, and this is the book cover. And those of you see it there, Brother Donnie Williams. Can you tell brothers and sisters what this word is here? The throne, the loaf of bread, and the egg. Can you just tell the brothers and sisters what that name is? I'm gonna wait. Maybe he's away, maybe he's busy. In the meantime, I'm gonna get something to drink. And if anybody else knows, feel free. But Donnie Williams, I'm pretty sure he knows that, because he's been studying the Middle Nature for a little while. So we're gonna see. I'll be right back. He was quick. Yes, it is indeed Aset. Now, Aset is the more accurate pronunciation of what people call Isis. Isis is more Greek, But yes, thank you, Donnie Williams. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some juice, and I'll be right back. Okay. So indeed, the throne, the loaf of bread, and the egg, that's the name Aset. That's Isis, or Sisi. Now, this is the Ur glyph with the loaf of bread, which makes it feminine, so that gives us Uret. This is a phonetic complement, but it is placed at the bottom. Sometimes the order can differ, so that, it fits within that invisible block or invisible square. Now, this is the Mut glyph. This is Netcher. Many of you know this is Netcher. Then we have Neb, and here is the actual place, the location. I don't know. I cannot make it larger, but we have that glyph that we're going to see in a bit more detail. This is really the end of the hieroglyphic, the time period towards the end of the hieroglyphic writing. So it may be an alternative version with those dots inside. I mean, dots or grain of salt. I don't know how exactly people want to label those three roundish things inside. Now, do we have the mouth glyph? And then we have the, hold on. and then we have the hieroglyph, and then this is the nude glyph. Okay, so that is the location that we're going to deal with mainly. Now, one thing I want to say just for the record, with that previous thing that I read, I have the link in the chat once again, and you can see this is page 1. You know, we have a lot of people go online and, you know, make claims, and, you know, the Iranians were cool. They make claims, they say stuff. Now, just with this first page here, right, you have the mention that, you know, it's a tested since the 26th dynasty, and it says C, and then you have a name. So that's the author, that's the date of the author's writing, and that's a page number. You know, so in the so-called conscious community, you have people who go on platforms that can be large sometime, and they will say, oh, this glyph means Allah. Nobody in Egyptology ever claimed that. I refuted that years ago, and that was like a decade ago. I think that's when I was still cool with the Afu-Ra squad. Yeah, it was a decade ago, you know. And 10 years later, you have that, you know, I think, isn't it called Egyptian Adept? You have that Moorish guy who goes on that Filthy Frankie platform and continues with that falsehood, you know. So that was just one person. Now, here you have another person mentioned. You have the year. This would be the page number. The person doesn't agree with that person, you know, but you have a lot of scholarship. Here's the same thing. Philae Island may have been called, before the 30th century, it may have been called Ta Compso, and you have the name of the author, you have the year of the writing, and I was wondering earlier if it's a page number, then it's a very large work, because that would be 1025. So here again, you have an author, the year of the publication, you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of scholarship available. A lot of these writings are quite old, so sometimes on university website you can download them, or you can find them on the Internet Archive and download the PDF. There's a lot of things available, but there's some people who just like to entertain and do wordplay, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of time people will rely on religious writing, you understand what I'm saying, to appeal to their audience. But religion is not history. I'm sorry, religion is not scholarship. Religion is not scholarship, and religion is I don't think we can say it's history, but anyway. So I've shown the book cover. Speaking about scholarship, the University of Chicago have that book about the concept of the Ba available free of charge for download. So I'm going to share that in the chat. Have the link to this page. SAOC stands for Study of Ancient Cultures. Number 34, a study of the Ba concept in ancient Egyptian texts by Louis V. Zagbal. And you just click here, and then you have it. You know, I don't even know if I downloaded it, but you know, I'm gonna do that once I unshare the page. You've seen his credentials, so I'll download this time. All right. Page. So next we're gonna go to his book, Hymns to Isis in Her Temple at Philae. Okay. I have some notes about the pages. I'm gonna go to page 14, which is 34 on the PDF. So here, this is the picture that was sent to me in the first place on the email, which was taken from Facebook, you know, because it's entitled Facebook. So you have a few people who see something on social media and share it, and a lot of times they would not even, you know, name an author or a scholar. You know, sometimes they will name people, you know, who make the claim. So once again, I'm going to make this larger. But remember, you have the horns, the crown. Sorry, well, we have horns in this crown, but we have the damage here, and we can see this quote unquote pharaoh, this Greek/Macedonian pharaoh, making an offering in front of these two female goddesses. Goddess will be female, but you know. And here you have the location, and here you have the location as well, right? Now we are told, this is plate 10, that it comes from the temple of Isis, so that's in the Philae temple, but we have more details. This comes from room 7. It's the scene on the right, and it's the lowest register, so we know for sure where it is. Okay, and as a matter of fact, I'm gonna put this in the chat, so whoever watches this video later on can just copy and paste what you have in the chat. Plate 10, Temple of Isis, room 7, scene on the right, lower register. Daniel Williams wrote, the location of the temple is a dead giveaway. The guy that made the claim was reaching. I'm familiar with the person that made, well, I'm familiar with the author of the PDF. And I think he's someone that is sincere and that cares about Black people worldwide. And as a matter of fact, in the video, Kemet and Ma'at before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, which has 400,000 views, but my channel is private now. I'll make it public, you know, real soon. At the beginning, you hear me say Africa, Afu-Ra-Ka. So you can tell that then I was influenced, you know. There was also a spoken word artist, a poet by the name Heru. I think he studied law. He was maybe a lawyer, and he has and he says that as well. He has some I did buy, you know, maybe a couple of his CD then, and he goes into that as well, you know. And I think there's another scholar, an African American, who also made that claim. But you know, Donnie Williams wrote, not the author, the guy that was in the chat. Well, the guy that was in the chat is just relying on what was stated in that PDF, you know. But the author of the PDF also has claims about names of biblical characters, and he claims that those names derive from the ancient Egyptian terms, you know. So people have the link, they can just go and listen. You know, there used to be audios. I don't know if there's still audios available, but you definitely have the PDFs, you know. So and it's good to talk whether we agree or disagree, because I've learned a few things, you know. So I'm happy that I took the time and I'm able to share now, you know. And also that glyph garden reference at N18, when I used to see it before, I thought that it was an alternative, an alternative version of the tag glyph, which stands for land. You know, so now I know I can make the difference. And when I will, you know, review the MeduNet classes slides that I have, or maybe some videos that I've uploaded when I went to museums, I'll be able to correct myself if I have stated that, you know, it stands for Ta. Now, Donnie Williams, yes, I'm glad you shared learned something. Yeah. So let's continue. I will share the link to get on the panel for those who want to after, and you know, people in the chat can talk about anything, any subject. But like I said at the beginning, there's going to be a fair things that I'm going to have to share. I really took the time, and you know, it's a shame because this is really scholarship, you know, that I'm dealing with now, and I'm only beginning, and this really deserves, you know, some support, you know. So if people feel like, you know, sending a cash app or super chat or a PayPal, you know, I'm just going to share it in the chat. But you know, it's okay if I don't have any. I'm just saying, you know, I really took a few hours today, you know, to deal with it, you know. But there was no obligation. I was interested, you know, so it's something that, you know, that I like, you know. So, but if somebody, you know, wants to, then they can make a donation. You have it here. Okay, so which other page of the book I want to share with you, brothers and sisters? Next, we're going to go on page 40, which is, I'm going to type it in the chat. I put the title of the book, didn't I? Here it is. Now this link here, that's where you have the book cover, but the title of the book is Hymns to Isis in Her Temple at Philae. Now this time I'm going to go at page 40, which is on the PDF that I have, you know, page 60. So again, if I go to the beginning, Hymns to Isis in Her Temple at Philae. Once again, the author is Zagbar. Zagbar, that's his surname or family name. So now I'm going to go to page 40. So we have the artifact, which has been damaged, greatly damaged, particularly the face of this goddess. But we are told that this is plate 14, same Temple of Isis, room 10, north wall, lower register, scene on the right, hymn number 3. Okay. Where is the location of the honey? It should show, is it? Graphic transcript on the next page. So let me look for the actual location. If I struggle, it will be on the next page, which is the hieroglyphic transcript, but okay, well, let's see together. So I'm going to the next page, and we have indeed the hieroglyphic transcript. So we are told this is figure 4. I'll put this in the chat. So now we're looking at figure 4, which is on page 41, which is 61 on my PDF, and it's a hieroglyphic transcript, okay? Now on the hieroglyphic transcript, it's going to be very easy. We just need to look for the newt glyph. And here is the newt glyph. So, Jed Medu in, Aset Uret, Butnecher, Neb, and then we have this name here, which is really, I would say, Iurek, but we will see that in detail. Some scholars will tell us. So if I go up, I'm going to look for, you know, the name of Aset. I'm going to look. I was looking for the new glyph. I couldn't see it, but you know, so it should be Jed Medu in. It is. Here's read from right to left for the record. Here it is read. Oh, there it is. There it is. Now at the top it is read from right to left. Here it is left. It is read, sorry, from left to right. And here, that's the cobra. So that's where you have the Jed Medu in. It looks like the Uret here. And then we have the mouth here. Hold on. Here, this is the glyph, the EU glyph. So this is the mouth, this is the heel, and this is the newt. So guarding the reference, did we say N18? The EU here and the mouth. But anyway, it's just so you can see it. You know, you can see I'm not making this up. So if we go down, we have the hieroglyphic transcript once again, figure 4, and then on the next page, so figure 4 is page 41, page 42, as you can see, we have the translation. Not only we have the translation, but we have the transliteration, right? So I did tell you that we have Jed Meduin, Aset Uret, Mutnecher, Neb, and then we will see, but I think he will say Iurek. So page 42, translation and transliteration. And really has wrote yes, but I don't know which part he meant, because I went through a few things. Well, there it is. That's the first part right here. I think you can see my cursor. We have Aset Uret, Mutnecheret. I'm sorry, Mutnecher, and then Neb. The ter is in parentheses. You may have heard me say a few times that sometimes in the Middle Nature there is some things that they will not actually write, but it's understood, because Neb is masculine, Nebet is feminine. Neb means lord or master. So when it's feminine, in English, a lot of time it is translated as a lady, you see, because lady is actually the feminine of lord. A lot of time when we hear lady, particularly people like me who don't have English as a mother tongue, I'm thinking lady, I'm thinking woman, you know. So the loaf of bread does not show. You see, we have the neb glyph, the basket. We don't see the loaf of bread, but it is understood because before we have mut, and mut means mother. You You see, we have Mut Necher, so mother of God. And then we have Neb, so it cannot be mother of God, or let's say mother, master or Lord. No. Well, master, I don't know if you can use that for feminine, but so that's why, you know, it's in parentheses. But anyway, I'm going to try to make it simple. But, you know, like I said, I have time. I don't work tomorrow. So, and then here we have Afu-Ra-Ka. Now, before the letter I, which is in capital here, we have, I would say the Ain, you know. Maybe they have that because they consider that it is the yod, but you know, I'm going to make it simple. So Afu-Ra-Ka, right? And when we look at the translation, we have O Isis. The O is not necessarily written, but Aset is Isis. Now the great is Uret, you know. Ur means great, masculine, and Uret is the feminine. And then God's mother, so Mut Necher, so mother of God. And then Lady Nebet, you see, and then of Philae. Now of is not written here, but we have Afu-Ra-Ka. Afu-Ra-Ka means Philae. I mean, it means Philae. It is translated as Philae, but this is, like we have seen earlier, it's from that ultimately we have, you know, Pilak and Philae, like we say in English. This location that some people claim is Afu-Ra-Ka is actually the ancient Egyptian name for Philae. But we're gonna have you know, some other scholars who's gonna enlighten us. So now we're gonna look at another page, page 57. I'm gonna put this in the chat. Now, if you have any questions, you know, really feel free. You know, like I said, I'm not working tomorrow. I have time. It may be technical. I can understand. I've been studying the Middle Nature or hieroglyphic for many years, so maybe there's some things that I said that, you know, go over your. If you have questions, you know, do not hesitate. Feel free. There's no silly questions. There's no stupid questions. You know, but I'm quite aware that this may sound technical to many people, and I'm sorry some of you seem to be a bit lost. But some of you eventually may start learning the Middle Nature, and when you have time, you can go back to this video. You have the links and you have the page number and all that. So now we're going to look at page 57. So you can see indeed that this is page 57 because the next one is page 58. Now this is figure 6. Okay. Now if I look for, well, there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this is read from right to left for the record. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth line, the line before last, right here, we have again Aset. Remember, the brother Donnie Williams read this glyph for you. He told you the name, and he did write Aset. Now he did, you know, write it the letter A, and then the letter S, and the letter E, and the letter T. Some people, instead of putting the letter A, they will put the digit 3 because the Aleph, we don't have it in our keyboard. You know, we need to go to special character. But, you know, to make the long story short, some people, if you see that, that's Aset. Some people say Ast, to which is done. But the digit 3 is really the Aleph because it looks very similar. So the A sound, the S, the T, or the S, the T. And the convention of Egyptology is to put the vowel E between consonants. But we do have a fair bit of vowel sounds in the Middle Nature. But anyway, so we do have on figure 6 the hieroglyphic transcript. So it starts with Aset, and then we have Uret, and then Mut, and then Necher, and then we have Neb, and then again we have Afu-Ra-Ka. This is EU. This glyph is Gardner reference N18, if I'm not mistaken, and then we have the R and the K, Rak, Afu-Ra-Ka, and then this is the nude glyph, which denotes a place. So we can go to the next page where we have the transliteration and translation. So we go on page 58. Now, mind you, this time it's going to be probably the paragraph before last. Yes, there it is. See, it is indeed the paragraph before last, because it was indeed the line before last. And here we have asset. Now remember what I typed in the chat. You see, the first symbol is the aleph, and you can see it looks very similar to a digit 3. It's not exactly the same. So we have asset, uret, mut, necher, nebet, iu, rek. Some people may pronounce it iu rek or iu rek, who knows, but let's make it simple, iu rek. Now if we go down and we have translation, so we know it's a paragraph before last. The last paragraph is on page 59. The paragraph before last of the translation is that one, and it says what? Isis, the great, God's mother, Lady of Philae. That's a PhD. It's not me. It's not me who made that translation. Okay. See if there's any comment or question in the chat. So we have Brown Sugar in a place to be. How you doing? She changed her username apparently, because now it says Brown Sugar Babe. I think before it was just Brown Sugar period. But I hope you're doing well. If you have any questions, and anybody else have any question or comments, then feel free. Now, next thing, we're going to look at page 105. And I'm happy because now this is just a sidebar. (25) of the PDF. There it is. So this is, as you can see, page 105, because the next page is 106. This is figure 8. Now that's a hieroglyphic transcript. Okay, the author, wrote this himself, but the author wrote what's on the wall. Now, mind you, we actually have that place there, but what's of interest to me is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the middle line here, the 5th line. This is read from right to left here. Sometimes it can be read from left to right, but this line here, we have the Necher glyph first, we have a boat, we have the Necher glyph again, we have art, this is basically feminine, but here, Brother Donnie Williams, you probably know that glyph. How can I describe it? Rectangle with a little square here on the top left. And others probably know this glyph here, the 2 arms up, right? But I'm not going to wait because, I've been there for a while already, and I would like to talk to the people after that. But this is actually an alternative writing of Afu-Ra-Ka, and I think some of you heard Afu-Ra-Ka. Afu-Ra-Ka is the origin of the word Egypt. But this is what we're going to do. We're going to go to the next page and look at the translation. So, oh, well, I was wrong. It wasn't brown sugar, it was sugar haze. So there you go. And Donnie Williams did write ka het, so we have the ka indeed inside, and then we have the het or hut. And Donnie Williams wrote hands up in praise or adoration. Yes, indeed, that's ka. Now, next page. I'm going to look at the translation. Now here, now remember it was line 5, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See? So fourth paragraph. Necheret at M ut ka pata. Now the W once again is a U sound. We have the K and the Aleph, which is an A sound. And here, pata or pata. That's a transliteration, okay? So if we go down, the translation. Now we are on page 107. And it says, great goddess in, now here is spelled Hikupta, right? But we have a note 15, so we're going to look at the note, okay? Remember, however, that I told you that we have the feminine. When I was going through the glyph, you see the Necher glyph, and then we have the loaf of bread. So that gives us Necheret, you know? So when we look at the translation, that's what we have. Goddess, great is, you know, Turet. The note 15 is on page 180. Now, bear in mind, please, Donnie Williams, you don't need to, because you know it. That's for sure. I'm not in your mind, but I know you know this. Brothers and sisters, except Brother Donnie Williams, tell me what Ankh means. A-N-K-H. Because here it says mistress of Ta-Ankh. Some of you may even tell me, if you know, except Donnie Williams, what Ta means. You heard me talk about Ta many times, but really I'm interested in Ankh. Just write in the chat what Ankh means. So Ta-Ankh is note 16. Okay, let me wait and see. Magi Commander is in the place to be. I saw that he subscribed to my channel not long ago, and I looked at his channel, and if I'm not mistaken, he has a few scholars on his. But you can go and look at his channels. You know, a few scholars. So, except Donnie Williams, please tell me what Ankh means. I'm gonna wait. Damn, huh? I have Paris told the road peace. Peace to you. So I'm waiting, you know. I don't work tomorrow. I have time, you know, and there's nobody I can do part to tomorrow. Except Donnie Williams, I would like someone to type in the chat what Ankh means. And if you know what Ta means in hieroglyphic or Medu Neter, then feel free also, but I'm just waiting. And if you don't know what Ankh means, you know, in English, you know, we write it A-N-K-H. You know, you can just go on a search engine and type, you know, A-N-K-H and find out what it means. But we hear that, you know, in the name Tutankhamun. Now, Brown Sugar wrote, I was told it means life. Thank you. It means life. Ankh means life, you know. Tutankhamun or Tutankhamen, we have Ankh in that name, you see. Thank you very much. So, when we're going to look at the notes, we're going to know for sure that we're looking at the right place. Note 15 for Hikupta and note 16 for Ta-Ankh. Now, this is on page 180. And here we see page 180. Those are the notes to the page. I'm sorry, to the page 107. And here, note 15, we are told that Hikupta is an alternative name of the city of Memphis. See CMZV LDA 425F. See also C Canouyer, ZAS 1112, 1985, page 117. C. J. Vergote, Grammaire Copte, that's French, it means Coptic grammar. I don't know what IB means, IB, but Louvain is a city in Belgium. They have a university over there, a Catholic university. There's a fair bit of scholars, who came out of that university in Louvain in Belgium, 1973, page 61. And now remember, note 16, Ta Ankh, and here says literally land of life. So brown sugar, you are definitely right. And Ta, many times, I said it, but Ta means land in the hieroglyphic of nature. Now, Major Commander Otep Shakandu Kemet is greeting Donny Williams, is greeting Brown Sugar and Paris Todd and those in the chat. Okay. So, this is a PhD. This book here is from a PhD. I've shared his Wikipedia page so you can, go back and look at his credentials. Now I'm going to share a Wikipedia page. And remember here, note 15, for Hikupta, it says an alternative name of the city of Memphis. Okay? So now, Donny Williams is greeting Major Commander. And Major Commander wrote, unless this is a new channel, YouTube unsub me. This is my second channel. My main channel, my Afu-Ra-Ka, is private now. I made it private because I received 2 copyright strikes. I appealed and YouTube accepted my appeal. So the person that struck me, which is a fake advocate, have 10 days, or had 10 days a couple of days ago, to file some legal paperwork, and I don't think that person will do it. So in like, I don't know, like 12 days, let's say 2 weeks, my main channel will be made public again. So here's the link of the Wikipedia page. Memphis. I'm gonna move to paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4. Paragraph 4. Memphis was believed to be under the protection of the god Ptah. The pet. Oh, my bad. Let me make sure that it is sharing. Yes, it is sharing. Oh snap! Dang. My mouth is playing up. But anyway, I'm not gonna highlight it. Memphis was believed to be under the protection of the god Ptah, the patron of craftsmen. Its great temple, Afu-Ra-Ka Ptah, meaning enclosure of the Ka of Ptah. Hut can be translated as enclosure, or some people may use the term castle, or some word that means place or something similar. Was one of the most prominent structures in the city. The name of this temple, rendered in Greek as Aegyptos by Manetho, is believed to be the etymological origin of the modern English name Egypt. So what's interesting is that in that book from that PhD, he has made a hieroglyphic transcript, but we know where the original is located, and we do have Hikupta or Afu-Ra-Ka Ptah, meaning the enclosure of the Ptah, of the house of Ptah. But basically, that's the origin of the English word Egypt. Also the French word, because we pronounce it Egypte in French, but it's very similar. Now, I'm going to share a Wikipedia, Britannica page this time, Encyclopedia Britannica. And let me keep track of the comments. Major Commander wrote, okay, right, I remember from you saying that in your last video. My bad. No problem at all. It's not easy to keep track of what's going on because 6 months ago I made my channel private because of the copyright claims from Filthy Frankie Sanetta and his jump off wife Woof Woof Nepal, you know. So hey, comes to the territory, you know. Brown Sugar is greeting Magi. She would Hotep Magi. So I'm going down. There it is. So the Path Foundation and early dynastic period. I'm going down a little bit. And here, this is Encyclopedia Britannica. Okay, you have the link in the chat. There. It says the modern name of Memphis is a Greek version of the Egyptian Mennefer, the name of the nearby pyramid of the 6th dynasty, circa 2325 to 2050 BCE, before the Christian era, King Pepi I. Another geographic term for Memphis geographic term for Memphis, Hut-Ka Ptah, mention of the Ka of Ptah, rendered Aegyptos in Greek, was later applied to the country as a whole. Now, as for Ptah, I don't know what's going on here. Clean up. As for Ptah, if you click on it, looking for the transliteration. Oh, there it is. Ptah. You have the transliteration here. The P, the T, and the H. Okay. But anyway, and here, that's the P, the T, and the H. Ptah. And this is a determinative. I think it is A40. What's nice on Wikipedia is that if you put your cursor on the glyph, it will give you the Gardner reference number, and it may be small, but it is A40. The seated man with the beard is a determinative for an Echer, a god. Okay, so now we can move to Gardner, page 552. I'm gonna put that in the chat. If you have questions or comments, feel free in the chat. So this is a Gardner's Egyptian grammar, but I'm going to show you anyway. There it is. Now, for the record, this is Egyptian grammar. Make this larger. Oh, yeah, okay. So my computer is a bit slow. This is Sir Alan Gardner's Egyptian grammar, being an introduction to the study of hieroglyphs, but many times we just say Egyptian grammar, you know. And it is the 3rd revised edition. It is available online. You know, you can find it on I mean, here you have a Facebook group, but you can find it on the Internet Archive. So it's a Griffith Institute, Oxford. Okay, anyway. So once again, now we are on page 552, because you can see that the previous one is 551. And on the left here, we have EU. Once again, the I is pronounced E, the W is pronounced U, and we are told that it's an island. In parentheses, they are giving us the Gardner reference, which is N18. So this is what we've been seeing. Mind you, here, we do have the single stroke, which doesn't have a phonetic value here, and we have this glyph here, which I forgot if it's an alternative of a water canal, but even with those two glyphs at the bottom, The EU is that one. Those are just like determinatives and an ideogram, you know. But this glyph here is EU. Okay, N18. That's the one that stands for EU, and that's what we've been seeing for the location. Okay, so that being said, let me make sure that it was sharing. It was good. I'm going to show you on James P. Allen, which is way more recent than Egyptian than Gardner's Egyptian grammar. And James P. Allen is going to be page 513. Is it? So many pages open. There it is, Middle Egyptian. So James P. Allen, Middle Egyptian, an introduction to the language and culture of hieroglyphs. This is the 3rd edition. And we want to have a look on page 513. So you can see that this is page 513 because the next one is 514. And on the right, we have EU, which means island. Now this time, instead of the letter I, we have the letter J. It's the same phonetic value or sound, is E. Okay, so EU, island, and you can see that glyph here that we've been seeing. So we are almost done now. We are almost finished. I'm going to share something entitled Au-delà du toponyme, beyond the toponym. That's French. Page 89. So share that already. Yeah, share that already. Good. Too many pages open. There it is. I'm gonna share the link in the chat. Got the link right there. So which page was it? Page 89. Just 22 of the PDF. But it's not a PDF, it's a page, but you know, okay. Now here you can see previous page 88. So we are indeed on page 89. And here, this is French, but I will translate for you. It says, venons-en à la procession de Philae, figure 2-7. Les divinités du delta sont conduites par Isis, la maîtresse de Philae, par Afu-Ra-Ka, la maîtresse de l'Abaton, Iu-Wab, l'île pure, figure 4b. So it says, let's go to the procession of Philae, figure 2-7. The deities of the delta are led by Isis, the lady of Philae, par Afu-Ra-Ka, the lady of the, hold on. So, the lady of the Abaton, Iu-Wab, the pure island. Il is island in French, and pure in French is almost like well, it's basically spelled the same as in English, but we pronounce it pure, you pronounce it pure. So il pure is pure island. You know, the word order is not the same in French and English. You know, you say the Adams family, we say la famille Adams. Family is first in French, but anyway. So Philae is Afu-Ra-Ka. Let me read the comment that Donnie Williams wrote. He wrote, all my tabs are full, LOL. Well, I have so many tabs here, but you have a limit on your tabs, do you? So for the record, you have the citation, even though it's in French. Isis, la maîtresse de Philae, par Afu-Ra-Ka. Magi Commander is laughing. Now we're going to look at another author. There's some other stuff. I'll write everything on my notes, but share that. But it's going to be finished soon. Now this is a Wikipedia page, but this time in German, because there's no English translation of that page. And you can see it says Philae, right? Now on the right here, Philae in hieroglyphen. Obviously, it says Philae in hieroglyph. You know, the German is very close to the English, just like it's not far from the French. So we have this version here, and we have this version here. You remember here? N18. Now the difference is that we have this glyph here, N23, but we have the mouth, and we have the here, and we have the newt. And what does it say? Pa Afu-Ra-Ka. Pa Afu-Ra-Ka is Philae. It's an ancient Egyptian or hieroglyphic or Medu Neter equivalent of what we call Philae today. Here I'm sharing Wikipedia page so you can know the credentials of that author. Henri Gautier, in English we pronounce it Henry Gautier. Henry Louis Marie Alexander Gautier, in French Henri Louis Marie Alexandre Gautier, was a French Egyptologist and geographer. In 1903, he entered the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology of Cairo. He made extensive excavations at Dra Abu el Naga and El Qatar, 1904, and devoted himself to work on both historical and geographical issues of ancient Egypt. In 1909, he was part of a French team which discovered Khune's pyramid in Elephantine. And discovered a large granite conical object with an inscription revealing the name of the pharaoh Khune of the 3rd dynasty, so that's very old, of the Old Kingdom. Gautier worked with Gaston Maspero. I think some of you heard about Maspero, very, very famous Egyptologist, who asked him to copy the inscriptions of the Nubian temples of Amada, Karabsha, and Wadi es-Sebua. Okay, so you see his credentials. Now here I'm sharing his book, putting the title and the link in the chat. This is hosted on the web archive or internet archive. Here it is. You have the link, the title and the link. Now Brown Sugar wrote, I'm definitely going to take my time and watch the playback. Yeah, by all means feel free. But you know, once again, if you have any questions now or later on, anybody feel free, because that can be very technical for people who are not familiar with the Medu Neter or the hieroglyphic. So here you have the link in the chat. So the book is called Dictionnaire des noms géographiques contenus dans les textes hiéroglyphiques, which means dictionary of geographic names contained in the hieroglyphic text. Okay, I don't know what T1 means, you know, maybe tome 1. And we are on page, okay, which page did I want you to look at? Okay, never mind, but I'm gonna make it larger. So it is page 30. Page 30. Hold on. It's going to take a few seconds to be clear. It should get clear. Well, I can make this larger anyway. There it is. I want to make sure that it is sharing. Yes, it is good. So we have Afu-Ra-Ka or Lak. I'm translating directly. And I want to go to what is of interest to us. Here we have several glyphs. And we have the transit, well, not really transliteration, but it says Parak, Parak, Piarak, and it says, I'm translating directly from the French, hieroglyphic name of the current island of Philae, south of the first cataract and the Aswan Dam. And then you have the Greek here, and the Coptic and the Arabic, Bilak. Now remember, I told you Pilak. In Arabic, there's no P. There's no sound P, you know. So they won't say Paris, they will say Baris, you know. Now, some people may be aware that they came up with like 3 dots on the top of the sound for the B in Arabic. So people, you know, who can and who bothers will know that it is for the P sound. But in the Arabic language, the P does not exist, okay? So it says the Egyptians of the Greco-Roman period have explained that name with the help of the word rek, which means time. And here it says she existed. Now in French, cities are feminine, so that's why it says she, you know. But in English, it's it. You know, there's no masculine, there's no gender, no masculine or feminine for objects. But in French, we do. A table is feminine, a car is feminine, a truck is masculine. You know, it may sound strange, but that's just how it is. You know, so she existed. Say a text from the time of the god Ra. Hence her name Irek. And it says see on this topic. Now, I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Brugsch. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but you have the name here, Brugsch. And we have Dictionnaire Géographique or Geographic Dictionary, page 464 to 466. And I'm not sure if it's page number 1246 or it looks like we have 12 and then 46. So I don't know, because the 1, 2 is small and then the 46 is large. But anyway, and also see Hall Proceedings, SBA 27, 1905, page 165. The island of time, for it had existed since the time of Ra. Basically, this sentence here in English is a translation of what you see in here. I did not find this person. I don't know who Hall is. That's the family name, but I'm sure many people bear that family name. I did not find this actual writing here, but I did find Brugsch dictionary. So I'm going to share first of all his credentials. This is a Wikipedia page of that, and I don't know how it's pronounced, but you know, I pronounce it Brugsch for lack of better pronunciation. Henrik Karl Brugsch, also Brugsch Pasha, was a German Egyptologist. He was associated with Auguste Mariette in his excavation at Memphis. He became director of the School of Egyptology at Cairo, producing numerous very valuable works and pioneering the decipherment of Demotic, the simplified script of the later Egyptian period. So I did not read it all. Just want to see what degree he had. Okay, it doesn't say, but okay, we know what title he had. Okay, so now his work, I'm gonna share the page. Where's the title? Okay. Told you I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna be finished soon. So I put the title and I put the link. Have it in the chat. I'm gonna see together. So, dictionnaire géographique de l'Égypte. I'm sorry. Dictionnaire géographique de l'ancienne Égypte, which means geographic dictionary of ancient Egypt. Okay. And right here, dang, was it page 30? Double check. Oh no, page 464 and 466. Okay. Actually, no. This link here allows you to download. You see here, you can download here, so you can download the PDF. And I have the PDF open, which is the next page. So let me share the page of the PDF. And I want to make sure that the link that I share is okay. It is good. So you can download the book. There it is. Now this is in French, but you know, some of you may know French, some of you may know some French speakers. So we're going to look at page 464, which is going to be 485 of the PDF. 485. No, it's actually page 484 of the PDF. So you can see this is page 464. And here, you remember the N18 glyph, the EU? Here we have the R and we have the new glyph. Now we don't have the here, you know, for the K sound. Hold on. I think I'm looking at the wrong part. Yeah, actually, no, I was supposed to look a little bit below here. Now here, you do have, right here, the EU, the Gardner reference N18, then we have the mouth, and the here. However, we have the loaf of bread, you know, but, you know, EU-Rek, or if you want to, you can pronounce it EU-Reket, but there's different spellings, okay? And here we have Arak, Alak, Ilak, and if I go to the next page, here we have Pilak, en demotic, in demotic, you know. Now demotic is not written completely. We have the D, E, M, O, T, and then dot is basically an abbreviation for demotic. It's like putting PT for part, you know. And next page, 465, we have Pilak. Here we have hieratic, and here we have I'm not sure what that posi. I have a hard time reading that word, but it says of Philae. Egyptian name, nom égyptien de l'île d'Isis. Egyptian name of the island of Isis. À la frontière méridionale de l'Égypte, appelée Philae. At the border, at the southern border of Egypt, called Philae. So we have those scholars letting us know what's up. Now I want to share another PhD. This is the University of Geneva. Université de Genève. Okay. Her name is Audrey Heller. And this is French, but CV, curriculum vitae, doctorat en Egyptologie from the Université de Genève. So it means, you know, doctorate degree or PhD in Egyptology from the Geneva University. Okay. And now I'm going to share an excerpt from her book. I think the link's going to be too long. I'm going to use a link shortener. The full link will not show. Link here. Hold on. Should have closed the other tabs, but it's okay. I'm gonna find it. That one, is it? It's not that one. It is Google Books. What? You know what? Let me close the other tabs. Too many tabs open. Britannica shared it. This is Egyptian grammar. Egyptian. This is Philae. Oh yeah, this one I will share after. I've shared that one. Share that one. Share that. I've shared that. Share that too. That too. And this I can show at the end. This also, this also. Brown Sugar Road, Shaka, you're having a class on Super Bowl Sunday. Oh, that's why there's so few people. So it's the final then. Super Bowl. Came in my feed, you know. I think it may be the final, but anyway. So let me share. It's weird. Oh, there it is. All right, so gonna put the name of the title. So you have the title. It's not the full title, but you know, that's the beginnings. You know, it's like saying Egyptian grammar for gardener. So Audrey Eller, PhD, gnomes and I don't even know how to translate topashi in Greco-Roman Egypt. But you have the link anyway to that Google page. Maybe you can But anyway, we're gonna look at page 41. And this is in French, but I will translate. Now it says, I'll first read the French and then translate. Dans la deuxième moitié du 1er siècle avant Jésus-Christ, une inscription hiéroglyphique sur une statue commémore la carrière d'un haut dignitaire qui exerça le rôle de stratège de plusieurs noms, parmi lesquels Ta-Seti ou Iou-Rek. Le terme Ta-Seti est tout simplement l'emblème du premier nom de Haute-Égypte, alors que Iou-Rek est l'appellation égyptienne de Philae. L'ensemble paraît être une traduction de péri-éléphantine et filet. Okay. English translation. The second half of the 1st century BC, a hieroglyphic inscription on a commemorative statue of the career of a high dignitary, who had the strategic role of several nomes, including Ta-Seti. I'm sure you heard Ta-Seti, and Iou-Rek. The term Ta-Seti is simply the emblem of the first nome of Upper Egypt, while Iou-Rek is the Egyptian appellation. You say that in English, do you? Well, let me just say, is the Egyptian calling or name for Philae. Now, you do have note 78 after Iou-Rek, Ta-Seti and Iou-Rek, and if we go down, now I cannot make it larger, but what she talked about, the hieroglyphic inscription from the second half of the 1st century BC, the high dignitary is called Pamenkes, and the reference is JE46320. So this is in one of the museum in Egypt. Statue of Pamenkes. That is French, statue de Pamenkes, but it means statue of Pamenkes. Now you have some text here. It's very small, I cannot make it larger. Then we have the transliteration, Mer Mesha. Now Mesha is army. Ur en Uches Iunet Ta-Seti Iou-Rek. And here we have Grand Chef des Armées, which means great chiefs of the army. Mesha, can mean soldier or can mean army. So great chief or army equals stratege. I'm not sure how to translate that, but a stratege is somebody that uses strategy, from Ujes, meaning Edfu, Iunet, meaning Dendera, Ta-Seti, and Iou-Rek equals Philae. So you have another PSG who lets us know that Iou-Rek is actually the Medu Neter or hieroglyphic name for Philae, for what we call Philae today. It does not mean Africa. Now here, for the record, I have a translation of that statue. I mean, the actual pop that we went through. You see, you have the reference here, JE463 to JE46320. That's the reference of the statue. You see, statue of Pamenkes. See? Comes from Dendera. The date is circa 30 BC. Script, we have hieroglyphic or Medu Neter and Demotic. Is translated by a G. Gaffici or Gaffisi. The translation is taken from G. Gaffici. His work is called The Egyptian Elite as Roman Citizens, looking at Ptolemaic private portraiture, pages 321 to 322. You even have the link to Google Book here. And you can also see, oh damn, I need to plug my computer. And you can also see A.S. Moyer, or Moyer, I don't know if it's French or Finding a Middle Ground, Perspectives on Ptolemaic Thebes, page 130, and you have the link to the PDF. The inscriptions show that Paminkes was the son of another strategos, so the word I didn't know how to translate, stratège in French, apparently in English is strategos, Pashom/Irax, and then you have some reference here. But anyway, here you have the hieroglyphic text, the prince governor, the treasurer of the king of Lower Egypt, the sole companion. So companion is Semer, you know, remember in Arabic, Samir, friend, beloved of the king, the great one of the the great one of the head of the people, the great of the praise of the house of Horus, strategos of Edfu, Dendera of the first nome of Upper Egypt, Philae, Elkab, Philae, and the previous thing that we've seen, it was the Iurek. It means Philae. Danny Williams wrote, excellent work, Shaka, straightforward, no jargon or film flam, bim bam, slim slam. Just scholarship, that's all. And the book, I was looking for a quotation from that book here, but I couldn't access that book because even with my university login, you know, I couldn't access that book. But I will show you an excerpt that shows on Google. And I'm almost done. That's the end now. Christianity and monasticism in Aswan and Nubia. Edited by Gaudat Gabra. That's the name of the editor. And one author is Tani Takla. Now the citation that I've seen, you type this on Google, Iurek Philae, that's what you have. See, I put Iurek Philae, I go down, and it's basically the second result. The first result is Brielle. Well, you know, here you don't have to mention Iurek, but anyway, Oxford University Press, and you have the book Christianity on Philae. Now this book is okay. Anyway, here you have mentioned Westendorf, 1977, pages 77 and 478, mentions the etymology pa Iurek and the demotic form. And I'm sorry, and the demotic form pa lek. So that's basically, you know, that would be Pilak. With a possible translation, the island of the end. The etymology or the meaning, the meaning of what we call Philae today, the Medunecher Iurek. Some people may say that it means, you know, the island of the end, you know, or the island of time. We're not really sure, but you have an idea. But in this book, you know, you will have you know, more. But the last thing I want to share, I found some pages from that book, but not the one that's cited here. So here you have the link and the pages from that book. See, Christianity and Monasticism in Aswan and Nubia, edited by Gaudat Gabra and Hani N. Takla. Well, so it's actually edited by both of them. Okay. A St. Mark Foundation book, the American University in Cairo Press, Cairo, New York. Now, oh, hold on. Gotta use this here. So, do we have the page number here? Yeah, page 27 here. Christianity on Philae, by written article by Samuel Moawad. It says Philae. Oh snap! Hold on. Sorry. Sure that it's well, it's large enough. So Philae, Coptic, Arabic, Bilak, is a small island in the Nile River. Yeah, I'm gonna read this. This is not what I wanted to show, but it's okay. Yeah, I'm almost finished. It's a small island in the Nile River, about 4 miles south of Aswan, at the southern end of the first cataract. It is 460 meters long and 150 meters wide. It was the most famous place of pilgrimage devoted to the Egyptian goddess Isis in the late period. The origin of the name is unknown. According to the Byzantine historian Procopius, in chapter 19 of the first book of his Persian Wars, written in 550/51, the name Philae is derived from the Greek word, now whoever can read Greek, meaning friends. I'm skipping, the scholars and all that, He argues that the emperor Diocletian gave this name to the island because he allowed the Blemmyes to practice their religion there and thus made peace with them. However, references to the island with this name are found in Greek and Latin literature before Diocletian. A possible etymology is the demotic form per iu rec. We have the author Richer from 2002, page 115. Although the literary sources report that Christianity first spread, you know what? Hold on. I'm really focused about the name. I don't want to, Now, I can stop here. Anyway. This is page 28, and it says the possible etymology is from the Demotic. Now, we know the Demotic is the latest stage or latest phase of the hieroglyphic or ancient Egyptian, and we have per eu rec. So it's been consistent, all these different scholars, what we are seeing, and I could put the picture. I have it. Some people are claiming that this is Afu-Ra-Ka, but this is simply Iurek, which is the hieroglyphic or Medu Nature term for what we call Philae today. So I was long. It was 2 hours. Damn, I didn't know it would be that long. Now, I'm gonna share the link. I know it's a Super Bowl. I see somebody wants to come through, and if not, then I'll call it a day. Link to get on the panel. I'm gonna put user webcam. There it is. Feel free. So thank you for those who were there in attendance. As a matter of fact, go to the bathroom. Play. Which clip should I play? I ain't gonna lie. I like that clip, so I play it.
My people ain't gonna defend me, so I gotta defend myself. One of the ways that you can help out in the audience is that if you see a channel, like you see a Shaka Doo, this is how you can handle that. If you want to be a part of the solution, all of y'all, goddamn it, flag that nigga. Everybody, flag that nigga. Get him up out of here. Get the gutter up on out of here, y'all. Get that shit up on out of here. Take a look at it. Say, yo, let me go check this channel out. Look at it and see if it's bringing information. See if it's bringing knowledge. And if it ain't bringing no goddamn knowledge and information, something that can carry us on, I don't care if we disagree with the information. Leave them alone. Because we ain't always got to agree with the information, with the knowledge. But if it's not bringing nothing, if it's just bringing the community down with gutter shit, flag that shit. Get them up out of here. Run them up out of here. Stop being afraid to do that, y'all. That's one of the ways we could get the nigga up out of here. Check. That's how we do that. Everybody be a part of that shit. Run that clown up out of here, man. But if y'all say y'all love the HOK and y'all been rocking with me for so many years, flag him. Flag the nigga. Get him up out of here so we can continue on with the journey, with the with the information. That's all. Flag the nigga.
Okay, I'm coming back. Sit down. Okay. We won against the HOK. Oh my goodness, he's begging. Magi Commander, LOL, shaking my head. Danny Williams wrote sucker of all sucker. Love me for wrote having a telethon. Wow. Meanwhile, they are over there teaching nonsense. And he's on tape defending Malachi York. He's on tape labeling Polite powerful. Of the clip. 5 months after Polite was sentenced to 7 years for abusing a 14-year-old girl.
And y'all gonna hate what I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Brother Polite. Brother Polite. Yeah, y'all gonna hate what I tell y'all right now. Brother Polite. You know why I choose Polite? Because Polite is powerful on all levels when it comes to topics. Polite is not one-dimensional. You see what I'm saying?
I think Brother Polite is horrible.
He could go into the health.
Oh my goodness. So anyway. Andrea Burnett wrote, thanks for the lesson, Chaka. You're welcome. Love me for what, thank you. You're welcome. And you have the link to get on the panel. I'm gonna wait a little bit, and then we can cut it a day. But it was way longer than I thought, because sometimes I made some commentary about some meta nature and stuff like that. So hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I made a fair bit of commentary indeed, on scholarship, but Brown Sugar wrote, thank you, Shaka, you're welcome. Magi Commander wrote, said thank you as well. 2 hours, not bad. Yeah, but if I knew, I just didn't know, it would end up being so long, I would have made it shorter, but hey. The best way would have been for me to do some some slides, PowerPoint slides. Andrea Bennett wrote, it's good that you take your time. Well, yeah, it's important, but the best way would have been for me to do some slides, PowerPoint slides, but I'm not trying to blame anybody, I'm not really being supported for me to do PowerPoints and then share them. There's not that many people in attendance now. There's not really donations like that. The people will be teaching, that there's a hieroglyphic that means Allah and all that. They get donation, they get cash up and stuff like that. But it is what it is. So the most important is that I've shown, I've shared links, gave the names of the authors, gave the names of the books, and so people have everything they need to review it themselves. And some people maybe disagree with me. They can just express it. They can just say it. It's all good. But it doesn't come from me. It comes from scholars. It comes from the experts, the specialists, the PhDs, the professors, in Egyptology. Danny Williams wrote, I have to pat myself on the back. I did very well, being I consider myself very rusty. Demonstration of methodology, Shaka. And love me for Shaka, you're an amazing teacher. Thank you, I appreciate that. The funny thing is that I'm at my second year. It's the third year for the certificate in Egyptology. But I'm thinking about a master's degree. It may be possible for me, depends on my grade and all that, it may be possible for me to go for a master's degree, but it's 3 times what I'm paying. It's 2 years only, but it's 3 times what I'm paying for a year. I'm paying, let me see, euros to dollars. I'm paying around $2,700 per year. For 2,500 euros, 2,500 euros per year. The master's degree, it's 6,000. Well, you know what? I can even show you. Detail. It's going to be an oral overview then. So here, sharing the link in the chat. Young Hero with A, missed some, but I'll go back and look. You have the link here of Manchester University. And when you go down now, you see they tell you that it's 2 years. Masters, for the Master of Egyptology, it's online. And where is the price? There it is. £6,000. That's a British currency. So if I go to that converter, you're gonna see how much it is in dollars. British pounds. What? Oh, okay, pounds. What is it? Great Britain pound? What? pounds to dollars. Should have done that, would have been quicker. There you have it. That's 75. Sorry, yeah, $7,500. $7,500 per year, and that's what's been on my mind so long. I'm thinking that next level. So I'm gonna have to, and for the record, certificate. Egyptology. Okay. Certificate of Egyptology. 2,600 per annum, which is in dollars. That's how much it is. $3,284 per year. And earlier, how much did I say? Let me go back. What did I say earlier? Oh, I did put it in euros. Yeah, in euros is I did put 2,500 euros. Well, actually, if I put in euros now, let me see if I got it right. Euros. Oh, that was pound sterling. That's what I had to do for pound sterling. I put 2,500. But there's something wrong here. What the? Something wrong here. Why did you have three? Okay. So I must have got the euros wrong then. If I go pounds, and I go to, yeah, I got the euros wrong. Yeah, 2,600 pounds, the British pounds, pound sterling is indeed 3,284 US dollars. So in euros, because I did put 2,500 euros. That's why I got it wrong. And euros is 3,000 euros. That's why I got it wrong. Jack Commander wrote, indeed, love me for the Chaka. You might need another job. Cannot have another job. I work full time because I have a family. But anyway. So it's not 3 times what I'm paying, not in dollars, but in euros. I thought it was 2,500 euros, so I said 3 times because I was thinking about 6,000 euros. But it's twice as much per year. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm actually thinking about that every day. Every day, like, how can I get that? I'm in the 2nd year. There's another year for me to finish that certificate of Egyptology. So I have a year and a half to build my channel, and maybe, you know, I won't have to make my channel private again, because last time was 6 months ago, and you know, maybe with the support I'll be able to afford, you know, to go for the master's degree. I haven't finished yet, but once I get that certificate of Egyptology from the University of Manchester, which is ranked among the top 50 in the world, I'll be proud. But I'll be definitely way more proud if I have a master's degree. And every day, that's what's on my mind. Every day. Donnie Williams wrote, it's definitely obtainable. Amifro wrote, make it private. Make what private? What is it that you're saying that I should make private? Feel free to say. If somebody want to get on a panel, feel free. But otherwise, you know, keep the comments going, you know. You can make comments, you can ask questions. Whether you agree or disagree is fine. Oh, the brother who share my channel. I make my private channel, I ain't gonna have no support, you know, no participation. I don't understand why you said that. But yeah, the brother who shared that picture with the, you know, from the Philae temple, and where it says that, you know, it's Afu-Ra-Ka, the origin of the term Africa. I did reply to his email to let him know that I was, you know, gonna go live, you know, a few hours before. And oh, I've received 2 cash app. Donnie Williams, thank you very much. And there's another person, I'm not gonna say his name, but it's you know, initials GA. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I received that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. And that encourages me. You know, so next time if there's something that's brought up, then I may take time to that, like I did, you know, today, you know. But unfortunately, as you've seen lately, what has been brought up is, you know, people who defend child molesters, rapists, people who defend individuals that, you know, come around and say F him, his family, his mother, his babies.
So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And hey, you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the cash app. Well appreciated. Oh well. He lets it be known. But I only gave the initials, you know, because, you know, people may not want, you know, to government name out like that, you know what I'm saying? So thank you, Major Commander. It's appreciated. And as a matter of fact, see, Donnie Williams is there. I had canceled the professional subscription on StreamYard, you know, because I figured, you know, I wasn't gonna go live often, you know. I thought I was gonna focus more on my studies and not go live too often like that. But I did a few lives, you know, but not many. And Donnie Williams, you know, he made a $50 super chat, and that's when I got the professional stuff again, you know, on StreamYard, and I renewed it because, you know, now I'm really like streaming on a regular basis now, you know, and also I not only I had you know, canceled the professional subscription on StreamYard, but I had also like a few months before, I think I had stopped the membership, you know, but I did bring the membership again, you know. So that's why many times I said, you know, people should thank Donnie Williams, you know, because that really encouraged me when he made that large donation, you know what I'm saying? So That's what's up. Majai Commander wrote, "Keep it up, brother, because more will come." Yeah, more will come. Yeah. But Frankie, you heard him begging his people to flag me, and Frankie is hurt because Frankie knows I did not lie on him. I didn't lie on him. I didn't lie on, well, not only on him. In all the people that I addressed, I did not lie on them. Brown Sugar said, "Thanks, Danny." Yes, thanks, Danny. Thanks, Danny Williams. Dua. Send E. Nice. Andrew Bennett also thanking Danny Williams. That really encouraged me a lot. When he made that donation, I was like, no, Actually, I think when he made the super chat, super sticker donation of $50, I think while I was live, I updated my StreamYard membership, and I think people could see that the StreamYard logo was gone. And Jack Commander also is thanking Danny Williams. Yeah, that gesture really, really encouraged me. It's like, dang, if he sends such a large donation like that, what I'm saying, I'm gonna keep on. Danny Williams, well, don't thank me. Pay it forward. I don't know what pay it forward means, but I have an idea. Love me for what I sure will. But I forgot what I was saying before. But yeah, I did bring up the membership again, and well, for those who are paying, they're gonna see that. I think they're gonna do the pro rata thing. I don't know how they'll do it exactly, but yeah, it's great. So yeah, Frankie can see that that there's more and more people coming through, paying attention. When I came back, with the membership, so many people became members again. You know what I'm saying? And he knows that I deal with scholarship, so he feels bad. You know what I'm saying? The guy that I nicknamed Butler Reggie, but in my community timeline, and I'm gonna show it again. Oh, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I'll be able to. Is it gonna show? Oh yes, it shows. So let me share my screen. Oh no, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Is it gonna show? Yes, it is showing. Well, so that's my main channel, but that's because I'm logged in with my account, so it shows. But everybody else, I try to go there, who says this channel is not available. But here, my community timeline, is it sharing? Yes, it is. Oh, that's the shoulder. That's the stuff that was flagged. Okay, let me. But if I change the link, show. Oh no, that's another video. Okay. Now, just so you understand, when I say Butler Reggie, there it is. So yes, you can see. So here, I gave the nickname Butler Reggie to one of Frankie's subordinates, but let it be known that 3,000 years ago there was the royal butler Jehuti, seen presenting a bouquet to King Hatshepsut, an actual queen. Many times she's labeled King Hatshepsut, but she was a female. She was a queen. On the Theban tomb 110. Here's a copy drawing from page 101 of the book called Hatshepsut from Queen to Pharaoh, available free of charge on the Metropolitan Museum of Art's website. And I'm going to share the link. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put that in the chat. So, oh, snap. Yeah, I have the full link. I'm going to delete that and do it again. Let me close the other tabs. Oh, there's one more thing. I almost forgot. But it's okay. I'm going to share it now. There it is. So the book is called Hatshepsut from Queen to Pharaoh, and you can download it free of charge. You know. So yeah, this dude says that Ma'at is a bird. That's so pseudo. You know, so pseudo. But if you click, it's not available. Oh no. But anyway, you have the page number, you have the book and everything. But that is the book here. Hatshepsut from Queen to Pharaoh. Now it's not old. It's from 2005, but it's out of print. So you know, for whatever reason, they decided to make it available free of charge, so you can download the PDF. But here's the other thing I almost forgot. There's a Wikipedia page about Arikan Karer. Arikan Karer. Now, also transliterated Arikan Haror. Arikarer in Meroitic hieroglyphics. Arik Hor or Arik Ror in Egyptian hieroglyphs. Irek Nechek, not Nechek, sorry. Irek Necher was crown prince of the Meroitic kingdom of Kush in the first half of the 1st century AD. And you can read the rest in your own time. But I was just wondering, because they said that the origin of Philae or Iurek is obscure. And here we have Irek. So it's like kind of similar. So I was just wondering. So here you have the prince slaying his enemy, which is in very similar fashion as they used to do in Kemet or ancient Egypt, you know. But anyway, so I can close all the other tabs because we covered everything else. Let me keep track of the comments. Brown Sugar wrote, well, I'll take my thank you back then, Danny. Andrea Burnett wrote, that's what I appreciate about you, Shaka. You took the initiative to cancel our membership when you knew you weren't going to be streaming as much. That takes character and integrity to consider your supporters. Love me for wrote, exactly, Andrea. Please, I'm supposed to pronounce it Love My Fro, am I? No, because you have the letter I instead of the letter Y, so I've been calling you Love Me for the longest, and I know I asked you, but I forgot the answer, so please feel free to tell me, because like the sister, I've been saying Andrea Brunette for I don't know how long, but it's Andrea Burnett, you know. So Donnie Williams wrote, black, no take back. Donnie Williams wrote, might be a pain to find Shaka, but I wanted to know the phonetic value of the fish in the gator mouth. The fish in the gator mouth. What is it that you're talking about? Like, which artifact is it? So yes, it is supposed to be Love My Fro. So I'm gonna have to make the effort and pronounce it Love My Fro. So yes, Danny Williams, which where can I find that thing you're mentioning? Shinakata Math. It was on one of the handwritten registers. Something that I showed today. Yes. Okay. I've shown so many things. So I've shown a fish in the Gatama. Because I'm live streaming, he will not be able to give me a timestamp if he goes through the video. But there's still a timestamp though, but it will change, you know, as the minutes pass. Can you try to tell me, like, you know, which timestamp it is, like, you know, because you know you can see the time on the cursor. Let me show so people can get it. It was on a black and white handwritten page, but there was many handwritten pages, black and white written pages. But here, let me just show. That's the live stream, and here, as I have the cursor, we have some timestamp that shows. So here it's like 1 hour 6 minutes. Here now, here we don't see the time. We don't see the time here because it's live streaming. But when I have the cursor on the line there, here I see like 1 hour 55 minutes. Basically, it goes the other way around for strange reason. Because here it says, like, you know, 11 minutes, but that's closer to the end. But if you that will help me if you can tell me where, like, what the timestamp is, then I will be able to find the part you're talking about. But here, for example, see, I have black and white, and but I have several others, you know. So let's see if we can. What did you wrote? It was on the, yeah. Let's see. I think that Donnie Williams is probably looking for the timestamp, so we're gonna see it together. But when there's gonna be more people, as you know, I did some Medunature class free of charge, but I stopped because there was just too few people. But you know, if there's more people, you know, I think there should be at least 100 people, at least. You know, and then, you know, eventually people will make donations, and I can do it like once a week, and then, you know, everything else will be okay. Thank you. So he wrote 132.24. Okay, so let's see. 22. Somewhere around here. Fast forwarding. But then I even notice when you go back it's 5 seconds. When you go forward, oh, it's 5 seconds. It used to be 10 seconds, but anyway. Back. Back. Too far because 122. Have any, but you know, as the time goes, so continue going back. Is it that one, brother Daniel Williams? That one. See if we have a fish. Gator mouth. I cannot see all, but I will have to go to the chat and hit the link. Scroll up. Yeah, I cannot scroll up. I have to find the link. I close all the tabs. So, but it's okay. I have that book, so the hymns too, and this is page 125 of the PDF. Okay, good. So, hymns. Where is it? 125 of the PDF. So let's do that. PDF. Okay. So the fish in the gather map. Oh, that one there. Okay. I don't know it myself. So it is page 107. Sorry, page 105 of the book is figure 8. Now there will be a translation. And it is before what most likely will be mu. And here we have henu. Okay, what's before that? We have neb. Is that neb chererek m. Of that. That's a place. Okay, well let's see. It's a line before last. Okay, well that will be the beginning of the last paragraph then. Oh, sorry. Last paragraph. And we have the henu depth. So he nebet. Do we have nebet after? I don't see nebet. So hold on. Paragraph of the transliteration. I did see henu. M. Okay, henu m depth. Okay, so I was at the. So before henu m depth. Oh yeah, chererek. Okay, so that's chererek here. Chererek. So after, so it's going to be after chererek. Chererek kem. So chererek m. MP. Okay. So it may be the transliteration. How empu was it? Maybe Hennet. Maybe Hennet. We don't have mu, do we? Have mu, so it's like a determinative. I'm going to look in the dictionary then. Chererek M, Hennet Chererek M. So it looks like it's Hennet in Medunecher. So I'm going to look for that. Hennet, and we have note 5. I have Note 5. My other computer. It's easier to look on my other computer. Bear with me. Before I look on my other computer, the glyphs are classified. If I go to fish, I may just find it straight away. Egyptian grammar. Oh no, it's gardener. Yeah, gardener. Sharing. Okay, it's bugging. Just 1 moment. Okay. Be quick. I have this and I forget. So fishes and parts of fishes. Okay, it's not there. Okay, I'm gonna look for reptiles then. I don't have it there. Okay. On that link, I don't have all the glyphs, so I'm gonna look in Egyptian grammar. Stop. Now, maybe I will not find it in Egyptian grammar because the time period is about, basically the end of the hieroglyphic writing. So it's possible that it's something that they came up with at the end, because the Greeks and the Romans, they added many glyphs. I'm gonna turn on my other computer because I have a software, and that software I may have actual glyphs, even if it's not on Egyptian grammar. Okay, reptiles is I. Unclassified, but it may not be. That's clearly a fish. Okay, I'm gonna look in the software then. I haven't used it for a long time. Where is it? Thought it was on my desktop. Okay, I may have it somewhere else then. It's been so long I haven't used it. Looks like it's not on the list. I had a look on JSesh, but the software I'm looking for, I even forgot the name. It's on my computer, but I forgot the name. And I have too many stuff on my stuff. Oh, there it is. I found. Okay, there's the software. Okay, see in the software. So. larger. Let's see. Sorry, I know I'm taking time, but this one I know I would have looked at nearly everywhere I can. So, but I'll be back with you. I also went to look at parts of animals and all that. So soon. So I went this part. It's not here either. Yeah, it's not there. I think I'm going to look at the translation for the sake of it, but I don't know which reference it is, even if it's not Gardiner. So the translation. So genetic. It's likely Hennet. Genetic M Hennet. Budget. Neat. What's neat? That would be neat. Maybe it's a hand rather than a gutter. Rather than an alligator, maybe it's a hand, and that's a fish inside. I did not look for parts of the human body. Parts of the body. Not there. Let me look at that on the software. I may end up asking, one of my professors, but usually I don't like to ask. I like to find out. I like to search and find out. But sometimes you don't find it yourself, so you have to ask. They probably combine two glyphs, and you don't have those two glyphs classified on a reference. So we have neat, Lady of Inebriation. So it is that glyph that you are asking me about. It is somewhere around this translation here. Note 25, inebriation in the season of the fresh inundation waters, and we do indeed have the mu, or the waters, underneath. So I will have to look for that. Tell me, so some other time, but I know what to look for. But we do have the notes. I want to see what we have on note 25. So Hikapta, it's a good thing I didn't read the notes. Hikapta was page 180, and this time we're looking at note 25. So 180. 80, that's 200 of the PDF. And this time we're looking at note 25. '24, 25. On the need of size, okay, it's just giving us some authors. Idea of inebriation. For a similar epithet applied at Esna to Medhit Neptu. Okay, well, I know what I'm gonna have to. I know where I'm gonna have to look. Okay. So I'm happy because I see the brother who shared the picture and he's in the chat. So Danny Williams wrote that makes sense, Ptolemy period. Probably meant to write that makes sense. No big deal, Shaka, we can revisit. Yeah, I will try to look for it, in my own time. King K wrote the words Auf, all mean the same thing as well, which is flesh, limbs, or member. I have all three glyphs. Shaka, I forgot that I found another image. Well, feel free to share the other image. You have my email address. But I don't know how far you followed, but this picture that you've sent, what we are seeing is Afu-Ra-Ka, which is an ancient Egyptian or Middle nature for what we call Philae today. Now the origin is obscure. It may have Nubian origin, but it may mean something to do with time. I forgot the sentence, the full sentence that they used, but it definitely doesn't mean Africa. It does not spell Afu-Ra-Ka, and I've used different PhDs. Now I've received an email, so I'm going to see. Oh yeah, well that picture is the same. It's the same place. It's the same location. So download and put it up. Download. Sharing. So here, I don't know who wrote that, but maybe that King Kelvin. But it says this is a glyph for the term Afu, meaning island. Yeah, island. Yes, indeed. EU. That glyph here. Well, that's not Af, that's EU. That's island. But here I can tell this is this looks like gardener and not gardener. Sorry, this looks like Burge, and Burge is outdated. But flesh, house, the U and F are interchangeable in the Middle nature. I don't know who said that the U and F are interchangeable in the Middle nature. I don't know who said that. You will see this term written in variations as. Now you see this is interesting because it's good for you to know that. What you have here, it says limbs. What's interesting is that glyph here. Now, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but that's why it's always good to see the actual writing, because even in English and in French, in many languages, we have homonyms, so phonetically, some words will sound the same, but in writing it's different. And this here is like a part of a human body, or part of a body, so that helps you to make the difference with other thing, but here it has Auf. Now this is the relief. The relief is E. Some people, and I forgot if it's because of the Greek or the Coptic, but that people say Amen. I'm sorry, people say Amen, but actually, according to the Middle nature, it is actually Amen. You see, we say Amen Hotel, but it's actually Amen Hotel. So I would say EU here. You see, but what we have here is not the same as here. Here is names, and here's whatever I was translated as. And yeah, to make the long story short, this glyph here is garden reference N18, and it is EU, and it's an island. It means island. Now that's the mouth. It's not Ra, it's the R sound, and this is not Ka, it's the K sound. So that's basically Afu-Ra-Ka. Now, as you know by now, this is the newt glyph, which denotes a place. So Afu-Ra-Ka, and Afu-Ra-Ka is just what is I forgot how. I'm gonna go back to see what sentence they propose as a translation. Just going back. Something to do with time. From that book. So 78 was the 78. there was two different sentences, and there was time in it, two different propositions saying to do with time. Since the time, I think since the time of Ra. Yeah, one of them was since the time of Ra. Oh yeah, the island of the end. You know, one proposition was the island, so EU being the island of the end, and the other one would have been the island of time. You know, because it was known since the time of Ra. So yeah. Now I received another email. Oh no, it's just a mention. So somebody mentioned me on academia. You need to pay in order to see your mention, which I will not do. Okay. All right. So yeah, brothers and sisters, feel free if you have any comments. If you want to put any comments in the chat, or if you want to get on the panel, if you don't mind using the webcam, and then we can call it a day. I mean, I have time, but there's not much participation, and I understand this is the Super Bowl, and it looks like the Supreme Court did not make a decision yet for Trump, because there's he was considered ineligible. I don't know if you said that in English, but basically he was barred from running for presidency, for the presidency, for the elections, for it's been a few days now, so I don't know if maybe tomorrow will we get an answer for that. Apparently he may be allowed to run, but we'll have to wait for the decision, but if somebody heard that there was a decision for Trump, Biden is running, but his memory is just off. I don't even know why he's running. I don't even know. Does anybody know when the game is going to be finished? So Frisco's 49ers versus the Chiefs from Kansas City. Okay. Love my for a road. Since you've mentioned the Super Bowl, who's winning? I don't know who's winning. Donnie Williams not sure when the game's gonna be over, but I know for what you call soccer in America, that we call football in Europe, the games are 90 minutes long. And if nobody is ahead, nobody scored, then they have additional time. I'm not sure how much additional time is. I don't really watch soccer like that, So well, I'm gonna look for it, I'm gonna look for the time of an American football game. Time duration. 60 minutes in professional and college play, divided into 2 hours of 30 minutes and 4 quarters of 15 minutes. What? NFL game is scheduled to take place over 60 minutes. I don't understand. There's a link here. It's a website called Pro Football, and they're saying The result says, while reports on this vary depending on the sample size, the average NFL game reportedly takes 3 hours and 12 minutes to complete. Is there any game that takes like 2 hours, 3 hours? King K wrote, I'm happy you showed the tar glyph yesterday because it shows the land is smaller than the larger island glyph. And that's what I was saying. I'm happy because many times when I saw that glyph, that Gardner reference N18, I thought that it was tar, but it's not actually tar. It's EU. You can write it with the letter I and the letter W, or with the letter J and the letter W, and it means island. You have that. I've shown it on Gardner's Egyptian grammar and also on James P. Allen's Middle Egyptian. So most likely, when I went to different museums or some books or articles, most likely I read it as tar, and it was not tar. It was EU, which basically means island. So he wrote, because it shows the land is smaller than the tar glyph for land is slimmer, slimmer or thinner. Oh, NFL is baseball. Okay. Oh. Okay, never mind. I'm lost anyway. I don't know. Now, King, like you said, we can learn even from disagreement. Yeah, we can learn. It's good, No, it's football. It's football. I just want to show you just some people understand I did not make that up. I put American football game time duration. So I read this first thing, 60 minutes. In professional and college play are divided into 2 halves of 30 minutes and 4 quarters of 15 minutes. They're saying that high school football games are 48 minutes in length with 2 halves of 24 minutes. And here, this website here, Pro Football Network, it says here, while reports on this vary depending on the sample size, the average NFL game reportedly takes 3 hours and 12 minutes to complete. So I was like, what? But here it does say, the NFL game is scheduled to take place over 60 minutes. Here it says, the American football game has a duration of 60 minutes. And here it says the same thing, divided in 4 quarters of 15 minutes each. But here, I don't know, that website, Sports Illustrated, it says, according to the current NCAA statistics, the average game takes 3 hours and 22 minutes. But, it's okay. It doesn't really matter to me. No, it's football. I like Birch's dictionary better than the others, even though it may be older. I recommend you and anybody else. Rather than Birch, just use Gardner. And yeah, Birch is just too outdated. Gang of Commercials, NFL, National Football League. I don't think there's too many corrections needed. But then people can do what they want, but you know, and I'm not the only one saying that, but I already shared a PhD who was talking about the dictionaries that he recommends. But I'm gonna look for the page on Egyptian grammar recommendations. No, not sorry, Middle Egyptian by James P. Allen. So here I'm gonna share. Sure, hold on. Does it do that? It's the second time it does that to me. What's this? Oh, okay. It's because it's a PDF. Middle Egyptian. Stop. Okay. So which page was it? It's page 463. 63. Let me share now. So it's showing, you know, Herman, Polotsky. I'm not familiar with Polotsky, and then Gardiner. We're going down. 463. So this is once again James P. Allen's Middle Egyptian, and we can see it's page 463, and he says where to go from here. This book was written to give you a fundamental understanding of the essentials of Middle Egyptian grammar based on the most recent advances in grammatical theory. It was also written because when the first edition was published, there were very few such grammars in English intended specifically for the serious beginner other than Gardiner's Egyptian grammar. The basic reference book for Middle Egyptian remains Gardiner's grammar. See, I don't know what N stands for, 1 above. That book is still in print, and if you intend to continue working with Middle Egyptian texts, you owe it to yourself to have your own copy. Its grammatical theory is now outdated, but it is still unmatched in depth and details, including a number of the more unusual constructions not included in the current book. Another grammar written in English and directed at the beginning student is James E. Osh's Middle Egyptian Grammar, Society for the Study of Egyptian Antiquities, publication 15, Miswanga. Ben publication 1996, which uses the standard theory approach. A handy summary of the main points of Middle Egyptian can be found in Gertrude England's Middle Egyptian, an Introduction, 2nd edition. A very popular and extremely accessible introduction to the basic Middle Egyptian is How to Read Egyptian Hieroglyphs, a step-by-step guide to teach yourself by Mike Collier and Bill Manley. Now remember, that's the blue book that I've shown. She's a bestseller, and just like Dr. Shekhar Diop, they describe the I6 glyph, which is the Kem glyph, as a piece of charcoal. You know, I forgot exactly the word that they used, but it's definitely charcoal. Or I think they use the word coal, you know. But most other scholars, they describe it as a crocodile skin or crocodile scale. Now you also have yeah, so that book is by Bill Manley and Richard Parkinson. More recently, a new grammar was published in English which rivals Gardiner's in detail and uses a modified standard theory approach. And it is Joris F. Burroughs Egyptian, an introduction to the writing and language of the Middle Kingdom. Now, I don't know if he's gonna mention Birch, but here he's just gonna recommend some books in German and in French. So here we have the water book, the largest, to my knowledge, the largest of ancient Egyptian. So here is mentioning Faulkner's Concise Dictionary. A black man is not a black person, of course, but you have a lot of people who have Cam in their name on one of his work. So here, as you have probably already discovered, the only books on Egyptian language or text that can be found in most bookstores are reprints of works by E.A.W. Budge, Wallis Budge, which were not too reliable when they first appeared and are now hopefully outdated. I rest my case. Hopefully outdated. All right, any question, any comment, brothers and sisters, before I put an end to this live stream? But I learned a fair bit, so thank you, King K, for that picture that you sent to me. And there's so much to learn, when it comes to Egyptology, because there's so many records and so many people who worked on those records, and it is historical, Of course, there's a lot of religion when we deal with ancient Egypt, but the individuals, we have records for them. We know their titles. We know how long they lived. Who they married, how many children they had. Very detailed life stories. King K wrote that still doesn't prove Budge wrong, though. To each his own. What I'm saying? Like, James P. Allen is alive. He's an authority, very respected Egyptologist, and he wrote that it is hopefully outdated. So if it is hopefully outdated, of course some things are going to be wrong. It doesn't mean that everything is wrong, of course, and it's not to say that Budge was a bad scholar, not at all, but the knowledge has been improving over the years, Yeah, like Champollion, who is considered, the quote-unquote father of Egyptology, he was well advanced, but people will not use Champollion, to decipher text, in modern time. It was the early stage, so Champollion knew many languages. He was very skilled, and Budge probably was, very skilled as well, and I presume he knew many different languages, but it's just that his work, not to say that it's a bad work, but it's just outdated, but then everybody can do what they want. But I've been saying that, and not just because I woke up and thought, okay, let me just say that, but the specialists, the experts, they say that as well. I mean, this is the other one I'm going to look for his website, but I forgot his name. I shared it before, which Egyptian dictionaries to use. He made some remarks that were considered oh, I'll find it straight away. Considered, oh no, it's not that one, is it? Yeah, well, something is wrong with the website. Let me refresh the page. Something is wrong with this website. David A. Falk, he talked about a scholar, a female scholar. She deals with the ancient East, let me look for her name, because she had a book about God. I think it's God and Anatomy. Francesca Stavropoulou. He made some remarks about her that were considered what's the name again? You know, when it's anti-woman, I forgot the actual term. So he's kind of I don't know if I should say an outcast, but anyway, let me share the page. So David A. Falk, his website is called Egypt and the Bible. I don't know what's going on. You know what? I may try my other internet browser because oh, okay, well, share the other page, the other browser. Something wrong here. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can share that now. What's going on now? Smaller. I understand why sometimes people don't use StreamYard, because you just want to share a screen and it just doesn't show. Thank you. Yeah, misogynistic statements or chauvinistic statements. You know, he I don't know why. I mean, he basically said, you know, I'm paraphrasing, but you know, she's not that skilled, but she's cute. So you know, like as if that's the reason why people push her forward. You know, I mean, she's a PhD. You know. I don't know. Maybe he had a before. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Okay, well, never mind. I don't know why. So, for the record, it's messed up. I don't know why the page is like that. Home. Share his name and his website. David A. Falk, Egyptologist, Bible scholar, author. I think that when I dealt with him, I showed a university page where he was mentioned. You know, because some people they claim to have degrees, but you don't even find. You know, but anyway, I'm gonna say no names. Okay, as an Egyptologist who has taught at a university, teaching the ancient Egyptian language is one of my duties and great pleasures. And sooner or later, my student will need one or more dictionaries in order to continue studying Egyptian at a more advanced level. Not all dictionaries are created equal. One of my specializations as an Egyptologist is lexicography. And lexicography, is the study of the meaning of words. It is a field of study that has been much neglected over the past century, but is imperative to our understanding of the Egyptian language. As one grasps the issues involved in lexicography, one soon discovers that not all dictionaries are created equally. You will look at the definition in a dictionary and say to yourself, well, it sort of means that, but not really. Or you'll even find some definitions were originally placeholders that are accepted as part of the academic tradition. For example, T-shaped says is frequently translated as cinnamon, based upon how Breasted translated the word in AD 1906. He reasoned that the merely hypothetical translation cinnamon would eventually be corrected. Schkoff, 1920, page 263, within a couple of generations. within a couple generations. The definition entered into the academic tradition and became an accepted translation. Let's go. 221 Wilson 1224. But the problem remains cinnamon trees do not grow in Africa, and some dictionaries are so hopefully flawed or out of date, or out of date as to be absolutely useless. Example, EA, what is birch? An Egyptian hieroglyph dictionary. So this PhD, David A. Falk, this Egyptologist, labels what is birch hieroglyphic dictionary not just hopefully outdated like James P. Allen did, but as absolutely useless. Now that's harsh. That's harsh. But so there it is. So I guess I can cut it a day now because it's been 3 hours and 53 minutes so far. Thank you for those who attended. Thank you for the donations. Once again, it's appreciated. And enjoy the game, enjoy your family, try to stay healthy, try to have fun every now and then, and try to stand on truth and principles. You know what I'm saying? You try not to go and lie on people and make stuff up. Try to remain factual, you know what I'm saying? And then you'll be doing good, you know what I'm saying? So King wrote, right, that was harsh, which says a lot. Okay, it was harsh, but the point he's saying is that, but it's okay, people are free to do what they want. You know what I'm saying? People are free to do what they want. So I'm gonna make my closing remarks and I'm gonna play the outro. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't like you. I stay fast. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you do not think right, you will not act right. If you know better, you will do better. Do I to do any cheru? Go tap.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Nature classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. it's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know like our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, you know, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Netra class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.